Sorry. What is up, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, non-binaries of all ages? Welcome to the show. Um, Today, for you, we are going to be, well, I guess first off, unless you follow me on Twitter and saw the screenshot Saturday post that Incitement Studio shared, you probably haven't seen this whole deal. So, I guess before we do anything else, let's take a moment to just look at our map, right? So this was made by our environment artist Isaac Johnson, based on a very rough top-down sketch that I made in the spring, I want to say. Uh, anyway, so this is basically half of the field. What we've got is over here, and I should say some of the proportions and stuff are not like nailed down. Like, we're gonna have to work on level flow and all that as we go. But anyway, so what we have going on here is, first off, here is a team's base. Let me just go ahead and hit play real quick. You can see the guys. So this is like where one team would spawn in. We'll make this bigger, maybe bigger on the inside, if nothing else. You come out here, and you got your tee-off point. So, you remember how I was having issues with this last week? Well, I've worked that out, so now the ball moves. Now, the ball does not move according to, like, what it's going to actually be in the game, because I've got to program in 3 to 5 different ball behaviors for that to work out. But the important thing is, we've gotten rid of the issue where it doesn't follow, where it doesn't stay in the right spot after you, like, go to swing. We've worked that out. And that was basically just putting in a whole bunch of redundant code so the server can't override the correct location. But anyway, so you play your golf out here in this kind of space. And this is the main, like, field. Each team's side is going to have one of these. And you're going to have to golf your ball basically from your base through this tower, and then from the tower over to the other side of the map. Now, this right here, like that space in between there isn't actually going to be in the end game. This is just kind of a set dressing. The ball won't be able to get in here. Players obviously can't get in here. So there's no like going around this tower. The tower is a choke point. Each team's going to have to pass through the tower to get to the other side and score. So we're anticipating most of our action is going to happen in here. And we may add on some other like little like hidden areas so we can hide like, I don't know. I'm planning on making a rocket launcher, so maybe we hide the rocket launcher somewhere in this general area, or like somewhere on the map we'll hide a rocket launcher so that it's not just like chilling up here in the tower. Anyway. It's like, yeah, that's the basic idea. You get your home base, and obviously if I was on the enemy team, my goal would then be get this ball over to that little area below the home base so that I can score. And obviously I still need to program in controls so that like the ball doesn't ignores collision with players, and I don't know, a whole bunch of other stuff. Anyway. So. Yeah, this is our map. We have a map. We have more or less a working golf mechanic. It's not broken. It's not finished yet, but it's not broken anymore. So we got that going for us. Then of course we have the gun that we've worked on in the past. So, we have not a complete level, but the skeleton of a level here. So now that we have that going for us, we can get to work on some other major things. But most importantly, I can go ahead and set things up for a multiplayer stress test of sorts. Just testing the controls to see how people who aren't me, who has spent all summer working on them, hold up with them. How well they hold up when in the hands of someone who doesn't know off the bat how they're supposed to work. So, we've got some things that we're going to need to do in order to make that happen. Let me pull up my whiteboard. Where do I get that again? It's, right here. Found it. Okay. And let's go ahead and switch us over to that monitor. Yes, here's a rough sketch I was doing for someone else at some point in time. Let's see, let's go ahead and start a new one. Where's my pen? Here's my pen. Okay, so what we need now, go ahead and switch over to black. It's not all that thick. Let's make that. There we go. Now that's readable. So what was I saying? Right. Okay. So we need to create some stuff in order to get a working like playtest ready. First off, I'm going to need to get rid of my debug code. Sorry, my email app was up for some reason again. Uh, what was I saying? Right, I remember. So we need a few things. First off, we need health. We'll need health. Oh yeah, I remembered something else I need to do real quick. There we go. Sorry about that. So we'll need health. And with health comes death. And with death comes respawn. Now, this part right here is actually being worked on currently by another team member. And that should be ready by next week at the absolute latest. Preferably sometime later this week. But I'll have to check up with him later on that. Anyway, so we can go ahead though and work on this part of things, making our health and our death system. Well, again, I'll just have to leave the respawn up to the guy whose job that is. But we can also probably go ahead and make some other things to make this a little more fun. I don't know that, at least over the course of this stream, I will be able to make the different golf ball behaviors that we're going to need, but I can probably make at least 2 more guns. And the 2 guns that will be easiest to make are the assault rifle. Okay. So we'll make our assault rifle, and then we can make a rocket launcher. And when we have our assault rifle and our rocket launcher in place, we could probably also go ahead and make blocking. So we've already got the blocking motion in place with our guy. So all we really need to do then is put up a like volume of some kind in front of the character so that when they block, it will block anything coming from in front of them. That's how block work. Fairly simple. Something that would probably not take that long to do, given our current resources. And I've already got models for assault rifle and rocket launcher. So I guess let's go ahead and plot out the behavior of some of this stuff. What are we already... Melee I might be able to do. I'll go ahead and throw melee on the mood board. That will come near the end because it's one that's going to be a little more complex. But anyway, that is neither here nor there right now. Oh yeah, I think the first thing that we need to do is actually make... So I'll go ahead and have players start with the golf club because we don't have the different types of golf clubs ready yet. But we could go ahead and give people the ability to pick up a gun. Then we'd have to program in controls to switch between weapons, which technically we already have. If you remember from a previous stream, let me just open up the character blueprint real quick. Bring that over here. What are we inside of? Calculate aim direction. Yeah, okay, here it is. Swap weapons. So we already have the code ready to go to swap our weapons. I can go ahead and get rid of these, I think. Anyway, so basically what we have is we have a function which we will then run as both the server and the client to make sure that the server and client both see that it happened. Where we basically have a slot on the back of the character, and on the back of the character that's weapon socket, and then we have a socket on the right hand called our hand. All very straightforward. Anyway, so basically what we can do is you can see right now when I run the debug code right here to switch between weapons by force, that code already works. So it will not be that big of a deal to just do that again. Like, we just need to take this function that already exists and put it on a key binding. Because, and the reason this will work is because, like, first off, the golf club already exists. I guess this is still over here. The golf club already exists. I'm pulling up all the wrong things here. I'm sorry. Engine, that's what we want. Okay. So the golf club exists in the thing. And whether or not the weapon slot is actually occupied or not doesn't really matter. If it's occupied, then it's going to what am I saying? If this child actor class exists, then the weapon socket exists. And if it doesn't, then we can just go ahead and say, wait, you can't run that right now. And that will work. But if it runs on accident, then nothing bad is actually going to happen because the weapon slot exists in the character blueprint either way. Basically, what we're going to do is make a code that will tell the weapon slot what this child actor class is. And I'm pretty sure, let me just check real quick. Yep, I can just go ahead and set the child actor class of that. All cool, neat, and good. So we have everything we need to do to switch weapons right now. So let's go ahead and work on that first. We already have a key binding as well, I believe. So let me just go ahead and put us back on the correct screen. Sorry about the momentary recursion. And, excuse me. And we're back on this screen. So, let's go into settings real quick. And it's an engine input. Okay. So what we need to do is figure out what we called this. It's swap weapon. Okay, that's pretty simple. So that's either going to be F, gamepad face button top, mouse wheel up, or mouse wheel down. And the reason it is either of these things, I may as well go ahead and add middle mouse button. So what's going to happen here is if you press the F key on the keyboard, you scroll with your middle mouse, or you press the middle mouse button using the keyboard controls, or if you're playing with a gamepad, just press the top button, which is what? Y or triangle? I say as I look at the PS4 and the Xbox 360 controllers that are sitting on my desk. Or I guess if you're playing on Switch, it's X. Anyway, so we have all that ready to go. Let me go ahead and pull up some music so we can all be jamming to some tunes while I work. Anyway. So, that's going to be our first thing that we work through here, is this swap weapon code. Song has some real Sonic vibes, which I'm into because my current game of the Saturday night is Sonic Colors Ultimate. I don't know if y'all saw that the other day. Anyway, so we need to please just let me grab this, and thank you. Okay, so that's gonna give us a little bit of room. Now let's go in here and look for that's what we want. Okay. Now we need to do a little bit of code here. Oh, whoops. Sorry. Anyway, so we need to do a little bit of code here. First off, we need to check and see what the value of there might be an easier way to do this, actually. Let's switch on int. Go ahead and add our let's see, what do we all have again? Here, you can tell me. 0 through 5. And we don't need the default, I don't think. And 0 isn't actually going to be referenced in the game unless so, first off, we need to get the child actor class, and ask if it's a valid class. And we need to do this twice. Separately, of course. Basically, this is going to tell us if any weapon is equipped. And if it is not, then we do nothing. But if a weapon is equipped, then we can go ahead and swap. And this is really only going to be relevant for numbers 1 and 2, because the players will basically, they'll basically have a melee weapon no matter what once the game is going. And if the game's not going yet, there's a chance that this exists, that this state will exist, but they shouldn't be able to do anything in it, so we don't have to like put any code there. It just says do nothing, because they shouldn't be able to do anything. I'm going to go ahead and run this for our other states as well. But it's not really going to, fire. This should always come back true if one of these states is active. So, now that we've got this done, let's go ahead and say, yes, okay, we have, that's valid, there's something there. Go ahead and leave in a little note for if this fires, saying how, because seriously, how? Anyway, so this is basically never going to fire. If it does fire, how? And that is the question. Someone's going to end up getting that error at some point. I'm afraid it's going to happen because of like some mess on the server. But we'll worry about that when we get there. Anyway, so okay, so this is going to allow the player to swap their own weapons out. And we're going to need to put some code then inside the weapon. Probably the simplest way to do this will be with a blueprint notify. And I absolutely hate notifies. I can never get them to work right. But it's simpler than the alternative, so the alternative being I'd have to write a conditional branch for every single type of gun so that we can tell if it's active rather than just set the gun as active in Because our alternative is that every time swap weapons is run, we have a code then that's going to, like, I guess that wouldn't be too bad if we had it run at the end of this function. Well, I'll have to think about how that works. Anyway. So basically, we're going to check our weapon mode. 1 and 2 means that we're using a golf club or a striker, as they're going to be called in the lore. 3 through 5 means that you've got a gun out. And so, as per gun, we're going to say... First off, let's go ahead and grab weapon slot and golf club. Okay, let's go in here and make sure I did that right. So hand slot is the thing that goes in the hand, and back slot is the thing that goes on the back. Okay, so I got that right. And when we're going vice versa, we want golf club to go to the hand and the weapon to go to the back. Now, let's go ahead and write another new function, and we're going to call this change weapon mode. And we want change weapon mode to fire. We don't want it to fire every time. There will be times we swap weapons. Well, no, there won't be a time we swap weapons without changing weapon mode to update. But there may be times we need to change weapon mode when we don't swap weapons. For instance, at the start of the game, we're going to need to change our weapon mode to whatever golf club we pick up, right? Because the idea is going to be that everyone's running around unarmed in the spawn lobby, which is over here. So spawn lobby. Everyone's going to spawn in here, and there's going to be golf clubs lining the back wall. Those golf clubs are not going to be the same type. So we'll have, like, our light clubs up to our heavy clubs. Heavy clubs are going to be, well, this should all be fun. Anyway. So. The point is that, I lost my train of thought. Anyway. Let's see, what was I saying? We have, right, at the beginning of the game, we're going to pick up a club, and so we want to set the club to, we want to set whatever club type that is to the correct weapon mode. Most of them are going to be weapon mode 1, but we do have the, like, the mallet type of, what's it called? The booster, which is going to hit the ball, which is going to be the heavy type, which will be weapon type 2. So, first off, we're going to want another switch on int. And we want to get our current weapon mode So we want our current weapon mode. And then we want, with that weapon mode, we want to... Sorry, one second. Struggling to stay awake today for some reason. Anyway, so if our current weapon mode is 0, for now, I think we just want to, basically what we need to do here is see if this thing is in the right hand. And if it is, we're going to set the new weapon mode to 1. And that is going to be how that works. Now, when we are switching, if the current weapon mode is 1 or 2, then we need to check and see what the name And honestly, we should probably just go ahead and create... This shouldn't happen, but if we're in a situation where somehow the player manages to get a hold of a gun before they pick up a golf club, again, shouldn't be possible, but assume for a moment it is. If the player manages to pick up a gun before they pick up a golf club, so from state 0, then we would want to, over here, fire, we would want to run the same check. Or start this series of checks over here that we're about to run. Returns the actual object name. So for us, that's going to be right now pistol actor. So if this is true, we want to set weapon mode to 2. If it's false, well, we don't really have anything else to run on it at this point. And this code is eventually going to become more complex because we're going to have to do with it the same thing that we're doing with weapon slot. Because we're going to have 5 different possible clubs. So we're going to want to check the index of the club individually. And we should be able to... So, like with this, when we grab the child actor of the weapon slot, we can tell it's supposed to be a pistol. And if we have another small weapon at some point, and it's not the pistol, then we can check again for, like, I don't know, the SMG or whatever. But we would only need to check for that if we're wielding a one-handed weapon. But we're not. So for now, this should suffice to complete our switch. Because we're not using 3, 4, or 5 yet. Wait a minute, am I doing this wrong? Yes, I am. Okay, so 2 is actually heavy striker, so this needs to be state 3 for the pistol. So, what I'm going to go ahead and do is in here, let's go ahead and set golf club is going to happen, is going to spawn in the hand, and the pistol is going to spawn on the player's back. And we are going to set weapon mode by default to 1. For now, at least. So, when I hit play, yes, okay, so I am already in the correct pose. Now, if I hit F, let's see what happens. Right, I didn't run the weapon mode code. So we need to run change weapon mode in here. So, now let's try that again. Try doing it this way. Now, don't be surprised if this only works on one screen. Oh yeah, I got rid of that. Doesn't work at all still. Okay. Are we even changing weapon mode? I'm gonna have to clean this up so that we're not running a sequence like that. I'm gonna have to collapse a lot of this stuff to functions. Anyway. Let's try this again. Sorry, I gotta remember to press the right button. Oh, okay, so I didn't get rid of that. Okay, let's go up here real quick and just disable the P key. Because that will throw things off. So weapon mode is not changing for some reason when we get in here. Okay, that works. That's not supposed to happen. Why would that be happening? Oh, because the server doesn't know. Okay. Okay. Duh. Alright, so now that we've got that worked out, at least for debugging purposes, we're going to have to go through and make that a lot more complex when we have functional, like, we have weapon pickups and stuff. Anyway, so now that we have this, we need to run it on the server as well as the client. So we need to basically do what we've done in the past, which is add a new custom event, and we'll call this server swap weapon, and we'll make this run on the server. Once again, let's do switch as authority. So if we have authority, we don't need to run server swap weapon, but otherwise. Now, let's see if that does the trick. Alright, that did it. So I can use the scroll wheel to switch between them. I should probably put some kind of timer on the scroll wheel thing. But the point is, for now at least, that's working. Now, I'm probably going to have to go... the reason that thing that I had before with let's go into change weapon mode. This, I'm betting didn't work because I need to check by class. So, this right here can go. And we'll have to check this against a class. So let's go ahead and just test this out. See if this works. And then we are going to select the pistol actor class. And that is going to hopefully run the exact same thing. Because right now, again, the server should just see that we have... Alright, turn that off. So... And that works. Okay, so yeah, I was right. I just had to check by class and not by object. So, now that we have that taken care of, I'm going to go ahead and save this. And let's go ahead and clear this. Now, if I run this, if I were to hit F, nothing should happen. I'm hitting F, which is my swap key, at least for the moment, and nothing is happening. So, everything is still working. Yeah, that's all still working. So, what I'm going to do now is make a weapon pickup for my pistol. And we'll just put it somewhere simple for now. But let's go ahead and create a new blueprint class. This will be an actor, and we are going to call it BP Weapon Pickup. And I don't have an asset for this at the moment. So let's see, let's add a cylinder. And we want this to be pretty small. So let's just go ahead and see how that looks in the world. Yeah, that's about right. Now, we also want to add a static mesh component. Or wait, no, this is a... This is a skeletal mesh, technically. So, does the... I guess this is worth checking. Does the sci-fi weapon dark weapons... No, these are all skeletal meshes. Okay. So, in our weapon pickup, then, we want a skeletal mesh component. The cool thing is, I will be able to subclass this out pretty easily, I think. So now that we have this, we want to add a rotating movement component. And yes, as of right now, that is going to work, because I'm going to have to come up with code to specifically make the gun rotate and not the platform. You can't tell the platform's rotating right now, because it's just a solid piece of But, we will only want the gun to rotate at some point. So, well, hypothetically anyway, they could, the guys over at R&D, by which I mean Aaron, the 3D modeler, might be able to come up with some kind of base platform that you can't tell is rotating. I'll have to ask him about that at some later date. It's kind of a lower priority item, honestly. We might not even have a base at the end of this. So let's go ahead and change the name of this from R, which I don't even know why it's R, to now. What we're going to do is add a on component begin overlap. And we're going to say other actor is equal to the type and for now let's just to see if this works. Oops, that's just say I am golf boy on screen. Sorry if that is too small for y'all to see, but trust me, that's what it says. Let's see. So instead of having it work like that, let's go back in here and add a box collision to this. Also, we need to turn off overlap, or change the type on this to overlap all dynamic instead of block all dynamic. Actually, that might do the trick. Let's go ahead and see if that does the trick before assuming it will do the trick. Not detecting it. Didn't want that. I did leave generate overlap events on, right? Okay, yeah. Here, let's raise this up all the way out of the ground. Just testing all this out to make sure that none of it is the issue. Okay, so I am definitely on it. Let's go standalone for a moment. Still doesn't fire. Okay, so that's not the issue. Let's go back into your blueprint, event graph. Oh yeah, I deleted the... Alright, let's go ahead and try that again. That's not it. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and look at your class defaults and look for tags. Let's go ahead and add a tag called player. And everyone should be a player. Now, we can scan by tag instead. So, and assuming I spelled player correctly, this should now work. And if it doesn't, we've got even bigger problems. Okay. We've positively identified ourselves as Golf Boy at this point. So, this should not hurt anything. But this will be really all we need at this point. So, when this happens, we want to run an event. First off, we want to cast to the character blueprint. Assuming this is true. Actually, what we're going to want to do, if I remember this correctly, is we want to cast to we want to get yeah, okay, I was afraid that would happen. I would really love to be able to do it this way, though, because this would ensure that the event runs on the server. This is kind of roundabout, but it might do the job. Man, that seems like a waste of resources, though, doesn't it? See, that might be workable. And that still just seems like a waste of resources. And I mean, if it works, it works. Okay, so that's Golf Boy controller. We're going to want to then go into Golf Boy controller. Okay, so we're going to run a thing called at a custom event called and pickup weapon is going to get the possessed pawn and so we want to pick up the weapon. And then we will need to pass up a class type from here. So, first off, in here, This needs to send back a class type. We're going to change this to and this is called pickup weapon. And we'll run pickup weapon as Golf Boy character, or as Golf Boy controller, and the class will be let's promote to variable. Pickup class. Actually, let's change this to weapon class. There we go. Okay, so, and pickup class will be by default pistol actor. Okay, now let's see if this runs as a standalone. It does. Now, let's see if it runs as a client. And more importantly, let's see if it registers for everyone. It does. So that's step one out of the way. Wait. I guess I only saw one character pick it up, so... Well, he sees that he has it. Do you see that he has it? You do. Okay, and... it switches. Cool. Okay, that works. So, if you're confused on why that works, basically, it's my understanding that anything that happens in the control blueprint happens on the server. And is automatically replicated then to the appropriate clients and whatnot. So, another cool thing we can do here is go ahead and... set weapon mode. And we can make this pass back to our pickup. So, we've got pickup weapon mode. Pickup class. And that's all good. So, now we need to set this to, I guess, 3 by default. And that's going to pass through nicely. So this should all just work. Let's go ahead and see. Oh, yeah. I guess instead of doing this, I can go ahead and delete, compile, save, come over here, delete, compile, save, because that's not actually what we need to run, is it? What we need to run is swap weapons. And we want weapon slot to be hand slot because we just picked up a gun. Actually, what we could do is just... let's go ahead and pass through pickup weapon mode. We're going to change this to weapon mode. And we'll plug pickup weapon mode in. Now what we can do is run a switch on int. Now, what I can do is I can run the swap weapon the same way we have it set up over here. So, let's go ahead and look at this. So we want 0, blank, 1 and 2 puts the weapon slot in the hand. 3 through 5 puts the weapon slot in the back. But we're actually doing it opposite over here because we're defining our weapon mode based on this. So, over here, the weapon class, or the weapon mode we're passing through is this. So, this is the weapon mode we want to end up with. So, that means that if it's 1 or 2 this time, we want golf club to go in the hand. And we want weapon slot to go on the back. And this way, when we create the little thing in the spawn lobby that makes it so you can just pick up whatever golf club is left, or if you're the first one on the server, you get first pick of the golf clubs. Then you can pick up that golf club. The weapon mode variable will be set appropriately for this pickup weapon custom event here. And you'll notice I don't even have to set this to replicated. It just runs on the server, which is the cool thing. So let's go ahead and get a copy of that as Golf Boy character blueprint. And we're going to plug 3 through 5 in here. But for this one, because we actually do have a gun on us, we want the gun to go in the hand. Maybe gun slot would be a more appropriate name for this. And that automatically updates. Cool. So, now what we can do, let's go ahead and hit play. Come down here, pick this up, and it's automatically equipped. And everything is working correctly inside, so it still shows upright. This guy sees himself being shot at, which means everything is working as it's supposed to. Pretty cool, huh? So, now, this is really all the code that needs to go into this. If someone can tell me at some point a less redundant way to write this, then I would absolutely love that. But if I don't ever get that, this works. It's working, and right now we are just trying to get a prototype out by December, so that'll do. Anyway. I guess I should start labeling some of this. Going through and commenting out some of this code so that we can understand what is happening. So, there is one other thing that I'm going to want to do at some point. Actually, well, this needs one more thing before it's, like, ready. So after this runs, we want to do something else. And I'm going to go ahead and add this to a custom event so that we can fire it on the server. Sorry. What was I saying? Right. Custom event. Runs on server. Call it, well, we'll call this server temporary disable because it's gonna do what it says on the tin. It's going to temporarily disable the pickup thing. So first off, let's go out here. And we want the condition here to read false, actually. And we're going to promote this to a new variable called is disabled. And we want to make sure this is false by default. And we're going to replicate. We're going to replicate that variable. So, what we're going to do on server temporary disable is, first off, step 1, we want to set is disabled to true. Then we're going to create a delay. And let's set this to something like, I don't know, 5 seconds for now. We can promote this to a variable, actually, because it's going to vary depending on the type of gun. Like, we want the rocket launcher to spawn maybe once every couple minutes. But something like a pistol, 10 seconds or less should do. So let's just go ahead and say the delay of this duration is that. And because this is going to be editable, we want it to be public. Also replicated. So other things will be able to set the duration. Including people who just click on an instance in the level editor. So like, if we look at this one now, if I scroll down here, maybe it's up. Yeah, okay, so here in defaults, we can now see that there's a duration thing, and I can just tick that up or down from within the level editor. But we can also just set each of these, like, since this is a class that I'm gonna subclass this actor so that I can create the other pickup types for guns at least. I'll create a separate one for ammo pickups. And once we get to ammo pickups, I'm also going to want to come back in here and add in another thing so that if you've already got this type of gun equipped, it will... First off, it'll turn this duration down, but instead of equipping a new actor of this type, it will tell the server to tell your gun to reload or to restore its maximum ammo capacity. But that's a thing for another time. We don't have ammo set up yet, so that's not a thing we're going to worry about for right now. What we want to do, though, is server temporary disable is disabled, yes. And one other thing, we're going to... Let's see, what is this called? Let's see, set visibility. Actually, this can go over here, that's fine, but... Alright, now, let's see what happens in-game. Okay, let's have player 1 stand there and watch so we can see if this is happening at least on the player's screen. No, it's not. Nope. Maybe I multicast? Let's try multicast and see what happens. Well, multicast makes it work for the player. I doubt setting it to reliable is actually going to change anything, but... Okay, so... Here, let's see if... This probably won't change anything, but let's, rendering... Component replicates. Let's see if this does it. but that's... Maybe it needs to be more than the gun that replicates. Maybe we need to replicate the whole... Wrong one. Aha, that works. Okay, so that was the issue, is I just needed to replicate its movement. Now he should be able to come down here. Or not replicate its movement, just like replicate it, you know what I mean. So, that's all working. Let's see, it's almost 3 o'clock. We've been making good time. So, what else needs to happen now? What was I saying? Or doing? Oh, right. I just finished the thing. So. At some point, we're going to want, like, particle effects to play when the player picks up the gun or whatever. But, for now, this works. And we have a working weapon pickup system. So, now, actually, let's go back in here. Guns, pistol actor. What all does this do? Right now, the only thing it does, we can get rid of that. Oh, it's just a debug code. Is it runs this thing right here, the fire pistol event. So it'll play the sound at the location. So if you're nearby, you'll hear it. You'll hear it as the player, obviously. You'd hear it if you're standing nearby. I don't know why rotation has anything to do with it, but I'm also not a sound guy, so just because I own the big old pack of sound assets does not make me the sound guy, unfortunately. So, let's go back over to the character blueprint. Go ahead and set up swap weapon. Let's go ahead and make one more thing while we're here. we want to actually plug all these things into a branch, which will read true. And let's set this to a variable called can swap weapon, which will be true by default and also replicated. So basically what we're going to do is past here, we're going to we want to set this to false. We're going to delay about half a second will do. Now, it will be a little more difficult to just like spam this with the not impossible, but harder. Just by constantly scrolling the wheel. That's good. At some point I'll have to fix the rotation of that golf club when it's on the player's back. I wonder. I've got an idea, but I'll implement it later. It's not like a huge deal, so... Anyway. Okay, so this isn't equals. I wasn't sure. Oh yeah, there it is. It says so. You know what this kind of reminds me of? Kind of reminds me of Pumpkin Hill. So I can make it show the bubble. Good. Why is the set false by default now? Oh, hey, I didn't realize you were here. What's up? Oops. Understandable. So at what point did you get here? Because, I guess I could, take a moment to show off the progress that has been made if, you literally just arrived. Oh yeah, you do stream on Tuesdays, don't you? Uh... 30 minutes ago. So you probably saw then the that I made a weapon pickup, right? So now you can come over here, pick up a gun off the ground, and it'll wait for everyone else to words. Yes. Anyway, so gun pickup works. Also, if you only got here 30 minutes ago, you missed the grand tour, because this is our basic level layout that we're going to use in the actual, like, prototype that we're putting out this December. It's the layout, obviously not the graphics or anything. None of that's been built. But here's what we got. You got your character home base. You got this little fish in a barrel kind of area. You got the enemy golf zone. Went ahead and put a pistol there for now. You got this giant area to do your normal golfing in. Then we come over here and we have our windmill. Now, obviously at some point these blades are going to rotate. They don't right now. Also, they're going to look like lightsabers. They don't look like lightsabers right now. This is all just blockout materials. But you got two floors. You got your ground floor, where most people are going to be able to just walk through. You got your upper floor, which will give you an advantage, or like a height advantage, to like shoot the ball a further distance if you can hit it up here through one of these windows. Yeah, I know it looks really good. Isaac did a good job with this. I am trying to get stuff ready right now so that I could just like set up a basic playtest so that others can stress test the controls here soon. So yeah, I don't know. Probably by next week, I will be ready to like hand out this and let anyone brave enough to try it hop on a server and test it out. So anyway, yeah, that's what we got. These kind of places, like the pink and the yellow, they're kind of supposed to represent, like, eventually we're going to have map hazards, right? And so these are going to be our different types of hazards. Oh, I'm counting on people finding ways to break it. Although I promise you, it won't be that hard. Also, I know I spent 90 minutes trying to fix this last week, and now it works. Look at that. Look at this. Oh, no, I know. The delay is bad on YouTube. Like, I tested it before I went live because I've got that timer on stream now. I've got that timer on the stream now, right? So, I can, words. I can actually see how the delay looks for both YouTube and Twitch. And the delay on YouTube is something like 10, 12 seconds. And on Twitch, it's less than 5. The only problem is, like, on YouTube, when you're streaming directly to YouTube, before you go live, you can set your stream mode to ultra low latency. So like if you got a good enough internet connection, you can basically be like, I don't know, less than 5 seconds off. We did the math at one point when we were testing this, and it's the delay on YouTube was like a second. There was a second less delay on YouTube than there was on Twitch when you and I tested this a while back, if I remember correctly. So, like, yeah, I'm aware. There's a 12-second delay on YouTube. And it's something that, like, if I was just streaming to YouTube, I could set ultra-low latency before I even get started, and it would decrease the delay. But because I'm using Restream, I have not yet figured out how to set the delay time from the regular latency mode to ultra low latency. So for now, it's just something I gotta put up with. And I see you found your way over to Twitch. Welcome to that part of things. Anyway, so now because we have a system that'll let you pick up weapons here on the map, I am going to go ahead and make a new type of gun. So we want gun. Let's go ahead and blueprint class. We want a actor And we'll call this... And we'll go ahead and take our assault rifle actor, and we want to kind of copy this, I guess. And we're going to rename this to... Fire assault rifle. But we want to do something a little differently with this. And I might need to open up... Because the kind of gun I'm about to make is a gun that I've made for a previous game. Let's just go ahead and open this up. This could be a minute. So, y'all see that new season of Lucifer yet? Only the one episode still? Okay. I will not spoil the season for you then. But suffice to say that there's a lot more to the season than is hinted at in that first episode. A lot more to the season. Yeah, it's honestly, like, after, I think at the end of that first episode, someone was sitting in Lucifer's throne in hell. Once you meet that character, like, for real, things, like, the season starts to make more sense. Okay, so here's basically what we need to do. So for now, we're going to ignore the canned fire because we don't have ammo. But, see what... Okay, so we need to start this sequence here. So first we need to open the gate, and we need to... What? Whatever, I don't care. So... for now, I guess the only thing that needs to happen is we copy this. And we'll call this Stop Firing Assault Rifle. Instead of this firing here, we need to start this sequence up. I don't actually know if I need these yet. So we're just gonna get rid of them for now. They're not really hurting anything, but they are annoying to watch. Anyway, so we want to stop firing assault rifle, and we want that to connect to, what is it? Close, I believe. Yeah, so basically when we release this, it's going to close the loop. Because this gate is basically just going to keep a loop going until we're done. So, over here, in this, we want that to close the loop. And this gate is going to be the thing that starts our loop. And because we don't have any other code running right now, this just loops back to re-enter. And we'll attach this to the appropriate thing that'll go in here when we actually start setting up ammo. So when we start setting up ammo, we're going to need to send other data in here from the player character, or maybe the controller. I'm not sure which is going to be the easiest one yet. But anyway. So, this should basically make our assault rifle. Now, of course, we're going to need to change this eventually to a different type of energy bolt, because we want to make it here. I'm going to go ahead and add something over here. We need a new variable. And this is going to be a float, and it's going to be player health. Like I said, a float. Let's compile this, and we'll set this to 100. Now, what we can do is we can pass into the player character different information for each type of bullet. So like if I come over here and look for event any damage, and the cool thing about this is I can have in here, like we go to our pistol, we can set the owner to also be Oops. Wrong way. Okay, I'll have to pass the instigator in separately. But the point is that if I can pass the instigator to this, then over here in when we do damage, I can say this is the damage type. I can say it's instigated by this. And I can even tell the player what type of bullet hit it. So I can pass through damage type from like the projectile pistol energy bolt. And so like I can say begin overlap. And I can go ahead and say is owner. So that we're not hitting ourselves on accident for some reason. Because I don't know, maybe we'll have a gun that has like really slow projectiles, like, I don't know, the lob from Borderlands 3 or something. So if we make a copy of the lob from Borderlands 3, if you've played Borderlands 3, you know the lob is a gun that fires bullets that are so slow that you can run yourself through them easily, and they do friendly fire. So you can basically turn any map into a gigantic bullet hell. And the only one trapped in it is yourself, because after a couple seconds, no enemy is left alive, because this gun does a ridiculous amount of damage, no matter how many times they nerf it. Anyway, yeah, I know God King Tyrone knows the lob. We all know the lob. It's really fun with Speedy Zane, because you can build Zane to be like really, really fast. Give Speedy Zane the lob, and he can just like outspeed his own bullets all the time. You don't even have to be holding down the sprint button. Ah, good times, good times. I should play Borderlands 3 again sometime soon. Especially since Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is coming out soon. I still haven't completed all the challenges for Borderlands 3 yet. We're getting Wonderlands. Excuse me. Anyway. So, we now need to check... because we want this to be false. Now we want to check has tag. And we want this tag to read player. So that we're not just hitting any random object and trying to damage it. At least not yet. Eventually we're going to want this to also be able to damage the bomb. But we're not there yet. So, on false, we're going to branch again. And this time on true, we want to apply damage. And we can go ahead and create our own damage types later on. So like, I could say, but for right now, since we're looking at, this is the pistol energy bolt, right? So let's go ahead and say it does 25 damage. So, yeah, this is how, like, a lot of Borderlands 3 especially, like, if you want to know how a lot of these, like, competitive, or not even competitive, just, like, shooters with a whole bunch of different gun types, how they, calculate damage, it's this right here. You can create a damage type class. Like, if I wanted to make a lob, I could go ahead and say, because there's different types of lob bullets as well. And really, the lob is, I think, sending 3 different types of damage to the player at the same time. And those totals are calculated together at once. Like, if I had to guess how the lob bullets worked, what it says is happening on the gun is that you're taking area of effect damage, you're taking whatever the element damage of the gun is, plus you're taking impact damage. So, you get the splash damage, which is then multiplied by 200%, at least on my lobs. Again, they could have nerfed it since then, I guess, but last I checked, the lob did 200% splash damage. So, you got your splash damage type, then you got your impact damage type, then you have your element damage type. All these things end up being calculated to create a damage total that is insanely high. And they're all added together on the player's side before you actually see the total. So it's going to look to you like you're getting like a frost AoE damage of I don't know, 2,000, when in reality maybe you're getting 1,000 impact damage, 800 frost damage, and then another 800 in splash damage or something. That's my guess on how it works. I have not actually like taken time to explore damage types in full, but if I had to guess, that would be my guess on how this all works. Then we'll just go ahead and destroy ourselves. This will probably need to be passed as an event through the server so that we can ensure it works correctly for everyone. But we'll get to that later. But right now, we need to actually, I guess let's go ahead and duplicate. There we go. Let's make, Where do I have my materials? Let's see. So we want... Let's rename this to Violet. And then you will be... yellow for now. Because why not? Okay, for some reason this one looks a little more glowy than... Oh, that's why. There we go. Okay, now if we go back into Rifle Energy Bolt, yep, that's glowing. Perfect. So, now we can come in here. Change this to spawn Rifle Energy Bolt. And we'll subclass this to... Now let's come in here and change the gun to... You can actually shrink, whoops, shrink this a little bit. And that'll work for now. So we want our assault rifle to have some different variables. Okay, so... Well, this might not work like I thought it would. Okay, let's go in here to class defaults. Yes, okay, here they are. Here they are. This is what we want. Okay, so let's change the default, the duration on this one to 20 seconds. We're going to change the weapon mode to 4, and we're going to set... Now... Let's see, where's a good place for the assault rifle to spawn in? How about right in here? And we're running all the way over here. Let's pick this up. Well, something's not working, right? Here's part of our problem, probably. Let's go ahead and add... Darkness Assault Rifle. Okay, now that I've got an actual thing on it, let's see if that changes anything. Maybe I should put it closer to the spawn point, just like, you know, to see. Okay, I still have this hooked up, so... Okay, what's happening to the weapon mode? Weapon mode is still reading as 1. So for some reason, when I do it this way, it doesn't work. Okay, so we're gonna have to do this differently. We're gonna have to make every single one of these variables, except for the disabled one, instance editable, so that we can change them when we put them in the scene. Now, let's try this again when I do it this way. Oh yeah, we're also going to need to... So, by default, this can just be... Okay, I see the problem. Okay, yep, that's what I thought. And by default, it's the pistol. Which is what we want. Okay. Now we look in the world. And we want this one to be... Now what I'll probably end up doing is just like create a database that has profiles, and at the beginning of the rent, and so all I'm gonna have to say here is which profile to look at, and then it will automatically update everything accordingly based on the profile. Okay, that's still not working though. So what's not... I don't know where it's going wrong. This is going to get even more messy. I remember why I did that. Never mind. Don't want to delete that right now. Not yet, anyway. So if I set gun slot by default to... Okay, so for some reason, this isn't updating the... Oh, I know what's wrong. Okay. So, let's go into here. So may as well go ahead and hook that up, because why not? Okay, let's see if that works. Oh yeah, I didn't put the gun in, so who knows. Okay, the gun still doesn't appear in his hand. That one works. He goes in the right pose, but it doesn't show that he has the gun. Okay, let's go ahead and set this to always to replicate. Should really work through this once. Aha! Now he has the gun. Okay, so we have that part working. Now we need a sphere collision. And we need this to be incredibly small. Smaller. Let's see. Not 0.125. Let's go 625 and see what. Let's have this move in units of 1. Can I have it move in less than 1? No. Yeah, that looks better. Can I get this to scale even smaller? No. I have to change this to... Wait a minute, are the dimensions on... No, never mind. I'm imagining things. Okay, so that's probably as good as we're going to get on that, which is good enough. And we want this to be our projectile spawner. And we want these to be a little smaller than oh no, you're good. You're good. I haven't made that much progress since you left anyway. Is that really as small as I can scale? I'm still working on trying to make the assault rifle, basically. There, that's pretty close to the right size. So rifle energy bolts are going to be smaller, and they are also going to have a wider angle of attack, I guess, is the word I'm looking for. Okay, so back here on our event graph, the first thing we do is oh yeah, we also have a bullet spread variable stored within our pistol. And for you, For you, that's 2,000. So for our assault rifle, let's make a variable called bullet spread. It's going to be a float. And let's set it to 6,000. So it's going to fire a whole bunch of bullets real quick, and let's go ahead and just copy this one, because why not? And we only really need this to fire on number, what is it, 4? Is the assault rifle? Yeah, okay. So, let's go ahead and grab our assault rifle. You know, something that could simplify this code, maybe, is if I move this calculate aim direction over to a function library, so that anything that had that library added to it could just calculate aim direction. Well, I'll worry about that later. Right now, I'm not super focused on it. So, anyway. Let's go ahead now and off of here, we want to grab some of the same stuff. Projectile spawner. And get bullet spread. Now let's go ahead and calculate the aim direction. And the spread is going to be U. Projectile spawner is here. And then we want get world location. And that'll be our spawn point location. So this all works exactly as it does up here. And we want to go ahead then and create we have a thing called fire assault rifle. So let's go back over here, and we're going to cool. Now we can go ahead and set up a server event like we did up here. And we want to go ahead and plug all these things in. So they work the exact same way. And we'll go ahead and put this up here for now. And let's go ahead and add in Server Fire Assault Rifle. And the target is going to be you. The owner is going to be self. And for now, I don't have other sounds set in, so we'll just go ahead and run the pistol cue thing like up there. Actually, I don't know if that's going to work. We might have to come up with something else. Alright. So this might not work as I think it will, but we'll see. First off, I'm going to move this. Just closer to the... closer to the beginning. Alright, let's see what happens. Okay, it's working. One problem, though. It's only calculating the, it's only calculating the aim direction once. And it's not updating every... So there's a way to fix this. Potentially still within the character blueprint. But I think the thing to do is create that blueprint function library. I have to do it from here, blueprint function library. Let's call this gun function library. So basically, now we're gonna copy all this over to this gun function library. And we're gonna have to add some more things to it. Okay, so this is going to have to be, let's just look at these. So we've got spread, spawn point location, projectile spawner, which is apparently doing nothing. Could have sworn that was important. Oh, I'm calculating it out here, so it's... Okay, I'm gonna have to think about how this works a little bit. First off, let's close all these for just a minute so I don't have quite so much clutter. Once I make a function library, I can just... So you're not actually being used here. And we need spread. Oof. All right. I think I've got everything reconnected. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go into our weapons. And class settings. I should now be able to add... This might be useless. I might have to set this up as a blueprint interface after all. Which is then run inside the gun. Because it says it can't contain variables or inherit from other blueprints. Okay, I guess let's see. Let's change your name to... Okay, yeah, there's no target on this, so I can't use this to do what I'm wanting to do. I think I'm gonna have to take some time rethinking how this whole thing works. Because something that was working when it was just firing one bullet now doesn't work when we have to fire a whole bunch of them at once. So what I might have to do is move the calculate aim direction thing to... move it over to the actual gun. And change what data gets passed through this custom event over to the fire pistol or fire assault rifle events. I'm just not sure. I don't want this to be, like, duplicated in a whole bunch of places, but I don't know what else to do. I don't know. I still feel like I'm onto something by just running this as its own separate thing. But I think I have to make it run inside, like, the fire assault rifle thing, or the... I don't know. The break's coming up in 5 minutes, so I'll think about this on break some more. Yeah, I don't know what else I'm gonna be able to do, really. Alright, well... I'm gonna have to, I guess... I'll have a 20-minute break coming up here in 2 minutes at this point. I'm guessing what's gonna have to happen is I'm gonna have to pass the variables from the player that I need through the custom event, calculate the aim direction over here, and then it's like I don't know, we'll see if it accepts the inputs. If it doesn't accept the inputs, then I'm just gonna have to run this function individually inside every single one of these, which just seems like a huge waste of time. Which I will grant, it's better than doing it... Nothing's firing at all now, it looks like. Alright, well, I must have unhooked something I need somewhere along the way. Anyway. Let's go ahead and look at our working. that working gun. Love having working gun. Anyway, it's 4:29. In 1 minute, I am going to go on break for 20 minutes. And then, I'm going to eat something. I'm going to, spend that time, hopefully wisely, thinking of something else to do here to fix this problem. So, I will see you all in a bit. What's up, everyone? We're back. Yep, we are definitely all back and present and accounted for, and I definitely came up. Nah, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't come up with a solution. All we're gonna have to do is basically hope. Yeah, we're gonna have to do what I said before the break. Is we're gonna have to run the calculate aim direction in here and hope that the stuff works. So anyway, that's what we got to do now. I guess I should go ahead and get Pretzel playing again. Just gonna have a browser window ready in case I need to Google some things, which I imagine is possible. I would prefer to be, I think. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this because it's not going to be passed anymore. But we need to grab the player camera. Actually, we don't need the equipped gun. We can just... Because if we're running this through the actual... Okay, actually, I don't want to get rid of that. We'll just, Actually, no, let's go ahead and get rid of it, and then we can turn this into equipped gun. Warner Brothers to you as well. Because then I can just pass in a reference to myself, and that will hopefully do the job. Hmm. Okay, I just realized that, like, little scream there in that song, isn't that the Kirby noise, the noise that Kirby makes in Super Smash Brothers when he gets smashed? Yeah, it's a decent song. What's it called again? Babel. Alright, so here's the error. Now let's go ahead and get, what is it called again? Follow camera. Okay. The plus side is this will get rid of a lot of complexity in this space, at least. Okay, moment of truth. Time to see if that works. It does, in fact, work. I don't know if you can see it, because the bullets are very tiny. Here, can I, here, I'll just enlarge this for you. I think the spread might be a little too big. Let's change this to 4,000. Whoops. Okay, well, I died. Whoops. Yeah, let's go ahead and test this in long mode for that one madman who's going to play this on a vertical screen. Man, this is so weird. I wonder if these would appear that they look closer to the... No, that doesn't make a difference. Alright, so the good news is we know that setup works. So let's go ahead and do it now on this as well. Also, I'm going to come in here and we are going to, on begin play, first off, I need to create a multicast. Custom event. So, let's call this multiplay sound. And what we're going to do is here. Alright, so we'll get world location of the sphere and play sound at that location. What could possibly go wrong? happens if I make this multicast? Does it stop firing now if I let go of the button? Okay, that's not... The sound is atrocious, obviously, but... What is it? Okay, I know what's wrong. For some reason, it's detecting the golf club as a thing. So, we're going to need to add two objects to ignore. Okay, 1 second. Let's make this visible again. Okay, for some reason it looks like some of the bullets are going backwards. Okay, let's see what the line trace is doing. Okay, I need to move this guy to stand behind him. Because I genuinely can't tell if this is actually happening or if it's just like... Okay, no, it's happening. There are bullets flying backwards. But why are they flying backwards? Oh. That's why. Alright, let's try this again. And no bullets flying backwards. Okay, well, that's one bug solved. Now, let's go ahead, come in here. You are now going to be multicast. And we are going to... First off, delete you. You're not going to do anything. Also, we should probably get rid of this version as well. Let's see if that actually fixes the sound issue, because... yeah, we just won't use the pistol and it'll be fine. No, okay, it was the pistol that was doing it. Or not the... It was the sound cue in the gun that was making the noise, not the one in the energy bolt. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Okay. Okay, so first off, let's go ahead and BPL calculate aim direction. Okay, over here. Did I... Okay. You're not doing anything, so... let's go ahead and close these for now. Let's set that to 0.1. Because it was too quiet, or... oh, because I didn't select a sound. Alright. Let's go ahead and turn off the debug. Okay, let's see if this works. Or continues working, because it was working before we fixed everything. We got this going again. And if that's happening over here, it wouldn't be as noticeable, but it's still a problem. What happens if I just do fire pistol instead of... Only one bullet. But that one bullet is not being replicated. Now it doesn't run at all. I wonder... You don't know if you're going to stream today? I just got an idea. You know what? That's fair. That's completely reasonable and fair, and you should absolutely do that if that's where your heart is taking you. Is that when you're going to beat Sonic Colors Ultimate? I don't know about Friday. I'm usually not even home on Friday nights. Excuse me. Yeah, I know. Very sad. Real sad hours. But I'm gonna have to miss it. But also, I guess the ending won't be spoiled for me. I mean, who cares at this point? I already know what's basically gonna happen. I got a good idea anyway. Dude, when do I get home? It could be anywhere between 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock. So, like, I don't know. If I make it home by 7, then I might be able to catch the last hour of your stream, but... Excuse me. Oh, you might still be streaming? Okay, well, I'll maybe try and catch the tail end of it then. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, instead of doing what I'm doing... Now, this can still work. Except, I don't know, I probably should do it better. Excuse me. Well, that's good at least. You know, I didn't really want to delete the switch on it down here. Okay, so what I'm going to try doing is you may not have been here for this, but there's a thing called a controller blueprint, and things that happen in the control blueprint What's the Tuesday schedule like for me? I'm gonna try right now going to 7 o'clock. I don't know if it's always going to be a 1 to 7 game dev stream on Tuesdays, but I'm going to 7 today. I have enough on my plate that I can make it to 7 o'clock. Content-wise, yeah, basically 1 to 7 for today. I'm going to have to assess, though. See, I'm at a point now where, like, I've got a whole bunch of small tasks that are going to be relatively easy to do. I guess I shouldn't say easy, especially because I don't want to jinx myself and run into yet another set of issues. But they could be easy. They have the potential to be easy. So, basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to create 2 events. We're gonna have Sturt firing weapon. Let's try start firing weapon. Then we'll have stop firing weapon. Basically, we're going to pass this up to the control blueprint, which will then pass it off to the gun. Because what should happen in this instance is that even though it doesn't show that it's replicated, controller, the stuff that happens on the controller blueprint runs on the server. The controller blueprint is a server-side thing. So, with that in mind, it should be possible that if I were to send like, let's see here. Let's do switch on int. First off, we're going to need to grab the weapon mode. Then we want 5 pins. Same thing with you. So I don't know. I'm gonna try at least and make the make all the guns today, or at least 3 guns, so that when I run, you probably missed the beginning of the stream if you were at work, but basically my goal now that I have a more or less functional golf mechanic. Is my goal is to set up a playtest of the game. So I'm trying to get like for the end of the run, I'm going to try and have bare minimum 3 guns. The pistol, the assault rifle we've been working on today, and then a rocket launcher. And we'll get like so my goal for today, I don't think I'm gonna get everything done because of all the stuff that complicated making the assault rifle, but my goal at least is to get the assault rifle, pistol, rocket launcher set up, get them dealing damage to the players, get them depleting the player's health to 0. When the player's health gets to 0, delete the player character, and then my teammate Christian is currently working on maybe a sniper rifle. If we have time, we'll get a sniper rifle. But that's going to be a whole other issue, because the sniper rifle is going to need its own, like, camera in the scope. And that's going to be a pain to put in. And shotgun is going to be a whole other thing, because I'm going to have to calculate the aim direction with a huge spread, probably 6 times for 1 shot. So, like, I don't even know how I would go about setting that up yet. But anyway, so let's get back to this. So we've got our weapon mode. We got that plugged in. So yeah, I would absolutely love if I could get a sniper rifle, but that is going to be a whole other deal aside from just what we're doing with the player. Because like because we got the zoom in and scope thing, right? So when you hit scope on the sniper rifle, it will need to switch to a camera that is mounted on the sniper rifle with a much narrower field of view and the like a farther render distance. So it's gonna be a whole other deal that we'll have to deal with. Anyway. So let's see. No, plus, the other thing that's going to complicate that is that the sniper rifle and the shotgun would both be put on weapon mode 4. So we're going to have to we're not only going to have to check, okay, well, what's our weapon mode? We're going to have to check, after we check the weapon mode, okay, what gun do we have equipped? And then things start getting really complicated really fast. Anyway. So let's go ahead and get the pistol set back up. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is cast to the Golf Boy controller. And we're going to get our own controller. And then cast to the controller blueprint. Then, as controller blueprint, and really we want to hook this up to everything here. We want start firing weapon. Then we're going to want to grab our weapon mode, plug that in. And the reason I still have the switch on int stuff set up over here, even though I'm going to be replicating it inside the controller, is so that I don't have to mess with everything going on for the melee attacks with the golf clubs. Because that's all working. Now, it might not work once we get to making the golf club a separate entity like the guns are, but for right now it's all one thing. So then again, let's plug in weapon mode, and that should be... There's going to be some other stuff that I'll need to plug in to start firing weapon at some point, but we'll work backwards for that. So anyway, over here, now, we are going to... Okay, I figured out the first thing that we're going to need to work backwards for. We want to grab gun slot. Again, well, I guess we'll have to work backwards. Anyway. So, we want to come in here for 3, because that's pistol, and we're going to cast to our pistol actor. Wait a second. I know what I can do. This is going to break when we put it in here. But that's what we want to happen, honestly. Oh boy. Okay, let's just make this an object. Okay, now from pistol actor, we're going to want to fire pistol. Okay, good. If the grills are working, then I will not suffer on Saturday. But, more importantly, do we have working refrigerators and freezers? Or better yet, a replaced refrigerator and or freezer. I'll take what I can get, I guess. Me too. Oh yeah, I guess I should put in the details. Otherwise the cast is gonna fail. I mean, you already saw what happened when the cast failed. The gun didn't fire. Nothing happened. Now that we got the details plugged in, though, we can see if we're even making it that far. Aha! We are. So, one down. One to go. Wait, what? No. There we go. That's what we want. And then from here. Okay. So, I guess one more thing I need to check is if this is replicating correctly. No. Okay, so let's make these multicast and see what happens. What's probably going to happen is I fire 2 bullets, but I did not fire 2 bullets. So I run them on the server. Yep. Let's try this again. Well, that's replicating. If I set these to server, what happens now? And we're firing 2 shots again. Okay, I've got another idea. Since we're now running this calculation in here, what I could do is not replicate. Add a custom event, and this one will Okay, this could be a disaster, but let's see. That doesn't work. But why doesn't it work? Nothing. Nothing at all. Just out of curiosity. Let's try this one. Nope, that fires 2 shots. And what's worse, they're both replicated. Oh yeah, I forgot to close this. Should probably do that so I can get some processing power back. Luckily, I don't think I lost any frames at any point. Yeah, that not only doesn't fix the issue. Now, if this isn't going to work. Okay, so that's firing. Okay, for some reason now, it looks like the... Okay, so spawn point location is being treated as location, at least. Yeah, a little bit. Hmm. I guess sounds can't be played from the server or something? the fact that the bullet seems to be like it doesn't seem to be starting from the right location is something I can live with, but I can't. I'm not going to accept the fact that I don't get sound from it anymore. Maybe I should actually set the thing to multicast, huh? Alright, well, we got that working. Okay, I guess one thing first. Need to make sure that this is not going to play so loud that... Okay, good. Alright. Well, that's taken care of. Okay, so now that we have that out of the way, I made this earlier, this player health bar. Now we can come over here to our a damage type. And damage is player health is player health minus damage. So let's come up here and we're going to replace the weapon mode check with a player health check. And now we need to run one more thing. No, we went less than is nope, greater than or equal to. I had it right. The float is less than or equal to float, which we want to be 0. So now we're going to branch. Guess let's first make sure that this is working. Only the server is identifying that anything is happening. So that only executes on the server. Which means what needs to happen here Okay, so now what we're going to do is, if this is true, you're going to destroy ourselves. And since this is being called down from the server, aha, yes. Okay, so we have guns, they do damage, and they kill the player. So the only thing we are waiting on, really, is that respawn system, which I will get from my teammate at some point in the future. I have made a mistake, and I don't know what it is. Well, that's interesting. Apparently, when you're gulping, for some reason, if you hit the block button, it will take you out of gulp mode. And I don't know why. Because that shouldn't happen. You guys, I should see if this does damage. Okay, that's too much damage. Okay, if the pistol does a base damage of 25, which is basically 1/4 your health, let's say the rifle does 5 damage. Because it's going to hit a lot in a cup. It's going to hit a lot per second, so. In fact, that still might be too much. You might still be able to you might be able to kill someone faster with the rifle than you can with the pistol. Maybe not. Anyway, sad news is I don't think I'm going to have time to make the rocket launcher tonight, but plus side, once we get that respawn system set up, we will be ready to send this out to anyone who wants to playtest. I guess there is one other thing I need to do first, but I don't know. I might have it done by the time I stream next Tuesday. We'll see. Basically, I need to change how my my main menu works, because right now, let me just send this back to standalone mode. Let's go to levels, UI test, because this is currently working as my main menu. So if we hit play, alright, so we hit play, have that guy create a lobby, we'll have this one join a lobby. But yeah, I guess I should make sure, since this guy is the host. Yep, that all works. This is all still working as intended. Alright. Honestly, I like the way these controls work. Now there's one thing. Other than the obvious issue I accidentally showed a moment ago with the, like for some reason when it's in, come on, don't do this to me. Like the menu doesn't, scale with the thing, and over here you can even see it's, but that's fine. I didn't create this as a... Anyway. So, if I hit create lobby here, we got a lobby over here. Then we have this guy join a lobby. Any second now. Here he is. Here's the boy. Boy has a gun. So anyway, I don't think it's going to take too long for the respawn stuff to be ready. Again, like, that's something pretty simple, and there's someone who is actively working on it. But anyway, what needs to happen is, that's right, that's what I was about to explain. What needs to happen is if we go into our lobby select thing, if you hit join lobby, here's what's happening in the code. It's going to find sessions. It's going to get the first session it finds, and then it's going to automatically join that session. And well, that's not necessarily that works for my test. And if you're doing like a local area network, that works as well, because there's probably only going to be one host on your local network. But if we're doing this via online play, then first off, I want these unchecked. We want to bump the public connections up to 6. So we can have 6 players. Or I guess that's 5. No, it's 6. It's one of the two. I don't actually care which. Anyway. So we want max results. Let's say 5 max results. But anyway, what we want to do, instead of just automatically joining this session, is we want to display these results to a list. And we'll want that list to be like, it'll let you select. And I don't really know at this point how you would differentiate between I don't know how you would differentiate between the things, but you hypothetically could. Like, I'd have to figure out how to make it pass more information than just the sessions it finds, because otherwise I'm pretty sure all the sessions are going to have the same name. I guess you could get the server name, but I don't know what that's going to be. So that could be dangerous information to put out. I wonder if you could... Can you... Turn off context sensitivity. I guess you can't change the name. Maybe I do it from here. So basically what I would have to do is create... I'd have to research how to do this because I don't know. Like, create a list of them, or like do the... Here's the logic behind it, I guess. You get a for each loop. So for each item on this list of sessions it finds, it is going to create check this. We'll get the server name. Get current players. Get max players. Get ping in milliseconds. And then we can return all of this data to the player. The one thing I'm afraid of with this is that it's going to, like, expose someone's IP address. Or something. Anyway, so what we would want to do is create a button, basically. And feed and set all this information inside that button. Then feed the button for each of these. We'd want to create the button, feed the button the information, display the buttons on screen in order. Now, I have not in the past had great luck with creating menus via code, but it is supposed to be possible. So I'm going to have to figure out exactly how to do it, and then from there, figure out how to index it so that I can, like, map it to gamepad controls, because, well, this is a PS4 controller, and it won't work with that. But if you have an Xbox brand controller or something equivalent, then it will work. So, yeah. That is basically the last necessary step before we can, run a playtest, is make sure that everyone is able to join the correct game. Because that is, as you can imagine, very important to being able to test the game. Anyway, excuse me, I guess that's it for now. We didn't get through everything that I thought we were going to get through today because of all the problems we had making the guns work, but we did make some decent progress and we got places with things. So I'm going to go ahead and say it's a win. Any questions anyone has, or thoughts or suggestions or anything? I guess I've got 15 minutes where I can just kind of talk about whatever, if you want. Nope, okay. Yep. I agree, I did do a lot. The only thing that we didn't do was set up damage for this, blocking. I guess I could try and make blocking real quick. Okay, let's go ahead and create a new branch here. And if this is false, we will take damage. And the question is blocking. Now this is going to be a very rudimentary version of it. Actually, this isn't the best way to do this. Actually, no, it's a good first step. Actor object reference. Okay, so we need to actually create one more branch here. And now what we're going to do is in our viewport, we want to create another one of these. So can I just Control W this? Yes, okay. We want this one to be just about as tall as our guy. And then a little bit wider. Not nearly this thick. And let's go ahead inside of the class defaults. We're going to look for tags. We're going to add a tag called bullet. Same thing over here. Did I capitalize it? Yes, okay. Now, what we're going to do with this is, first off, let's make this not hidden in game. This I think we can go ahead and hide. And let's see how this does. Yeah, okay, that's not bad. Could be better, but it's not bad. I don't know, maybe make it a little bit thinner. Let's push it in by 1. Okay, so now with this selected, why is it called RR? This is the block zone. So, what we want to do now is in here, we want to create a begin and an end overlap for our block zone. And if this actor has the tag bullet, Now we want one Boolean variable, which we're going to call hit block zone. And we want this to be true. And we also want it to replicate. Actually, we want this to be false either way, so let's just... So now we're going to come up here, and we're going to check if this hit block zone. And if it didn't, take damage. Now this will be very hard to test, is the problem. Because I cannot control both of these characters at the same time. So, it's literally going to have to be something that we find out whether or not it works in a real live, actual, factual network test. So that's going to be fun. But the good news is it's set up. So hypothetically this works. And if it doesn't, then well, there's stuff I can do about that, but anyway, we got 5 minutes left. I may as well just go ahead and say thank you everyone for watching. We got some good progress in on what we're working on. So let me go ahead and head to something real quick. Let's see. I am going to look at my stream manager because we are going to look and see if there is anyone to raid right now. There is nobody to raid right now. Well, that's unfortunate. If only God King Tyrone was streaming. Anyway, thank you everyone for watching. I appreciate you all tuning in. Again, this is shaping up nicely. The only things we need to do now, really, to have a controls stress test, maybe make the rocket launcher, get some stuff together for, like, man, I love that block. It's good. It's a good block. Guess I can go ahead and hide this in the game. So we're actually going to need to run this. Where is it? Over here. We're actually going to also need to run this for melee attacks, but we don't have melee damage as of yet. I might try and get that done before I set up like a playtest or something. But if I don't, then you can at least hit the ball around in the field. You can go up to each other and pretend to hit each other. So that'll be fun at least, right? Let's see. I still haven't thought of an outro for myself, so I guess it's 2 minutes to closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Thank you for watching. I'm out. No, I'm not doing. You can. No, that's not it. That's definitely not it. This isn't a bar. Maybe that's my outro. This is not a bar. Definitely not. I don't know. I'll have to think about this some other time. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I will see you Saturday when I finish up Sonic Colors Ultimate. I guess, oh, here's one thing I can do before we move on. Hopefully this works. Who's horny in Minecraft?
Jeez, he's a minor, Joel. Careful.
Oh.
But that is funny, though. It's okay. He's cool. He's cool with it. It's funny. Ah, it's Weasel.
Weasel is horny in Minecraft?
No, that's my encounter.
Oh.
Oh, shit. It's a Weasel.
It's a water type. Anyway, so that's God King Tyrone. That was from the Platinum race. So that was also my voice you heard in the background, I guess. So yeah. Anyway, someone clipped clipped me asking God King Tyrone who's horny in Minecraft. But I have nothing else to add. Go check out God King Tyrone sometime, I guess. And then come back and watch me play Sonic Colors on Saturday night. Thank you all. I'll see you next time.